Hello, be at ease. Your favorite streamer is here. Just kidding, it's Cheese Louise. And today, we're gonna play Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Some more. Surprise, surprise, right? Man, if you don't play Ace Attorney, you don't understand. You don't know what you're missing out on. You're not watching this if you don't play Ace Attorney. So I don't know who I'm telling that to. I'm just saying, these games are so good. They're so good. It's so good. I wish I didn't have a work and I could just... I mean, I'd be done with this game already because I would have played through it so fast. Well, yeah. Last time we had day one in court. We proved that teleportation isn't real. And we proved that our client was being duped by his... what's the word? By his... financial supporter or whatever, and the engineer. Oh yeah, we left off, we're gonna start off with a great deduction, because there was no way I was doing that at the end of last stream. I was so tired. I had work in the morning, well, in the afternoon. I was not going through a great deduction when I was already 6 hours in the stream. No thank you, but we'll be good for it today. Hey, it's an exciting way to start off things. And also, you can probably say goodbye to my Christmas aesthetics. I think today is the last day for them. No stream tomorrow, which is New Year's Eve. My first stream of the New Year is going to be a gacha stream, because I got to pull for Yang in Fake Grand Order, and that'll be in the morning, early morning, like probably 2 a.m. or something, on New Year's Day. But during the actual day part of it, I'll probably just stream more Ace Attorney, or maybe I'll do something else. I don't know. Anyway, you didn't ask. I didn't tell. Let's go. Let's go. No, I already took. I took my nap before stream this time, so I don't fall asleep mid-stream. Would have been embarrassing if anyone was watching. But alas, hey. Speaking of embarrassing, these wiggly boys are not sufficiently wiggly. Nope. Let them desync. There we go. They are all very desynced from each other. That's my wiggly boys. I will miss them. I don't think there's any New Year's wiggly boys, but I haven't checked. But I don't know why they would make those. It's a little too specific. I mean, Christmas lasts a month, right? But New Year's is only like 2 days. Oh my gosh, the background is actually the room we're at. That's cool. Not like that's exactly hard to program or anything, but like, still cool. Once again, alright, so we walked in this room and things were like flipped upside down, and also there's a fake bomb, but it's fine. We don't even care, really. Once again, I can draw 2 conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, oh, and the guy got away. We found the culprit's house, but he escaped. Is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. What do you mean? You mean the room itself wasn't gravity shifted or something? Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Oh. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. Alright, so we're gonna prove that it's not genuine and someone else did it? Is that what we're gonna prove? It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, geez, gotta be that way about it. Yeah, me too. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Great deduction. The game is afoot. Flipped furniture. Why did I think it was going to start spelling Filipino? That's not even the right starting letter. I just thought FL and I was like, Filipino. What? Why? Cheese brain, stop. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Indeed, the key here is gravity. Whoa. She's like, how are you doing that? This looks cool. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Okay, I'm glad that confirms that what happens in the Great Deductions, like visually, does not actually happen, because it makes very little sense for people to stand there and react the same way when he reiterates. And for them to like stand there awkwardly while we like look around them. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Husado. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. Sure. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. Look, they thought... Oh, no, that's not right. I was going to say that they think teleportation can be real with their limited technology. Why wouldn't they think that gravity can be changed so easily? But Sholmes himself was like, teleportation ain't real, son. And yet he's over here saying, like, yeah, he's a gravity switch. It's fine. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. I'm really curious what the actual answer is here. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which the room... where we now find this room. Blech. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. My guess at the current moment is that this is exactly what Drebber wants us to think. Also, I need a mic check. Hold on. Wow. Wait, hold on. Wow. Wow. It's not very loud. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this action is above our heads. Yes, somehow yeah, oh, wow. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room. Exiting the skylight, that is. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling. Make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Alright, what happens when he leaves the window, Sholmes? When does his gravity switch? But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Alright, do it. Ding dong. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Gina wasn't even paying attention. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. I mean... it's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Fusato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. In lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. He's deflecting. He's distracting us. We can never know the truth. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. Thank you. Thank you for calling out circular reasoning. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deductions will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. Well, I guess you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. So what does he do? with these when we're not here to correct him. He just runs with all his false assumptions. Ah! Grody Tube! Hello! Thank you for the raid. Grody Tube. What is that emote? Bonk raid. I don't want to get bonked. How's Garfield Kart? Did you win all the races? Just kidding, I know you didn't. You all won. Oh, that's nice. You all won in your hearts. But yeah, I actually bought it like while you were streaming it. It's like, maybe I'll stream a little Garfield Kart in the future at some point. Who knows? I still need to play him in. They added Garfield to Nicktoon All-Star Brawl, and I need to play him in that. So yeah, but yeah, thank you for the raid, Grody. Garf Kart took what little sanity I had left. It does that. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, Cherry Shampoo. It's plain to see this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the tables, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room is on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that... It's gonna do it again. Watch, this is cool. Indeed, the key here... Woo! is gravity. It appears that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in all this. To think gravity would have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation. Say that like it's a good thing. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Drink your drink! Aha! I knew I was smart to refill my water bottle before stream. Ah, thank you, Cherry Shampoo. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, now I'm distracted. Oh, by the way, you know, I always see raiders, like, introduce themselves, or streamers introduce themselves after a raid, and I, like, never do. I just say hi, and then I keep playing. So maybe I should introduce myself. Hello, hello, it is I, Cheese Louise. I am a ferret. I stream many different games. So I say, but it's mostly, like, RPGs, visual novels, you know, the kind of thing that no one wants to watch. Also a little bit of platformers, also a little bit of fighting games, also some gacha games. I don't have any consistent games, which is bad for me. My most consistent game is probably Smash Bros. So hang around and you probably get to play Smash Bros. With me sometime. Alright, that's my elevator pitch. I hope you liked it. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay. Alright. I could kind of guess that before I even got control of the camera. I kind of saw the flowers. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
What do you mean? The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you have surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, yo, is Sholmes a Ryunosuke Susato shipper? I think he is. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Why is it floating? Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Oh, whoops. That was Sholmes. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Wait, was it Sholmes? Oh no, it was Ryunosuke. I was right. Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He is absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. One second, I am distracted. Well, let's look around to see if the answer presents itself. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Everything slipped upside down because he knew he wrote the safe code underneath something, and he was in a big dang hurry.
Take that!
Such a benign explanation. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. They do. Oh, I should start doing that. Just keeping the tickets itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so it... Thank you, Miss Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. What do you say? Good remember it's magazine on Tuesday, so I had to turn my website down. Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Because he's a mad genius, and mad geniuses have very selective memory. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Alright, still doesn't explain the footprints though. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. One second, I'm distracted again. There you go. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if it changed in the direction gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery is just becoming even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. They said halcyon last time, but I can't remember what it means. Or halcyon.
Halcyon.
Denoting a period of time in the past that was idyllically happy and peaceful. Yeah, I should have known that. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What? 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 Okay. There's footprints on the balloon, and there's also a shoe up here. He's throwing his shoes at something, and they just happen to land and make very solid shoe marks. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up here. Look! Oh yes, there are more footprints on this little balloon here, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Miss Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon was that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. I did that in Sholmes' voice, oops. Was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? You mean to say... If we assume the balloon is in here as a model of the one used on that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Let's throw our shoes at it to pop it. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. Is there not like a hook in the room? You just grab it down? Just something long. Just attach something to the end and then you have a hook. Drag it down. If only there was somebody we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers the solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Shut up, Sholmes, there's a way better tool. It's around the corner here. Dun, dun, dun. Distracted. Distracted by buttons. Mr. Soames has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
Hey, don't you at me. My tablet's been making noises. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. Is Gregson gonna let us do this? Hello? I pressed A button like 5 times. Please. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. Because he doesn't want anyone to know his face. Or the professor's face, I guess. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tispel model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tispels will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tispels and returning it, sans tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebraine's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Waxwork has been entered the court record. Hey, there's a locksmith coming, right? Also, are we going to open the safe? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. Because he's still here. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during the deduction, he's inside the safe. Enoch Drebber is right here somewhere in the room? That's dangerous. Does it have a failsafe inside? Failsafe. But can you open it from the inside? Like, are you killing yourself by locking yourself in there? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... It's the safe.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture he had overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. And he has a fake bomb to try to scare us away so he can actually escape. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Alright, we've solved the great deduction. I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick. Statue mode. Oh, action, perfect. Yo, guess what I got, chat? You'll never guess. You'll never guess. I was at the dollar store today, which I don't usually do, but I did today. And they had Vienna sausages, so I bought one. Oh, they're not like full sausages, they're like little slices. I see. Like, I know they're not like full, but they're usually like long, but these ones are like horizontal. Tastes like cat food. Oh. Almost knocked my my tray over. That'd be bad. There'd be Vienna juice everywhere. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Oh, I guess I could have gone. Missing engineer inside the safe. I'm always telling them, there's an engineer inside the safe. They never listen. Dang it. It's hard to grab these with a fork because they're not stationary. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening... Wow. Does not agree with my throat, does it? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Isn't Ryunosuke supposed to have like a super good memory? Yo, what's up? You found me. What the? What? Ah. I just... That's... that threw me for a loop. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. Should I give him a robot voice? You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tispels as well. Oh wow, were these Vienna sausages like the worst idea ever for a non-stream snack? I'm just clogging up my throat. Hold on. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Alright, we're going full robot voice. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare! That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Oh, Sholmes deactivated it, like, during the cutaway? Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. What is an anti-gravity device, Sholmes? Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Phew. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, I'm gonna take another ill-advised bite of tasty sausages. I'm also going to press some buttons on something unrelated. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we've been giving it a thorough going over, so don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you're able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. So I like how... I like how we're like, no, teleportation isn't real. No, anti-gravity isn't real. This guy's a robot, though. I mean, cyborg, but, you know. Some Metal Gear Solid 5 technology going on over here. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. Did I already read that? We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Stop saying nailed. Nail! Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please. Why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. Oh yeah, I remember last two streams, I kept saying the voice I was giving Hairbrain was Doofenshmirtz. That's not right. Doofenshmirtz is from Phineas and Ferb. I was thinking of the Animaniacs character, Dr. Scratch and Sniff. That was the voice I was trying to give him. Does that make more sense now? I don't know if I can do a Doofenshmirtz voice. Though arguably it can't do a Scratch and Sniff voice either. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. If you can see. Or, okay, I guess the inside one, like, automatically unlocks it. You don't need the code. Ah, so it is. I guess if you lock it while you're inside, you know exactly how you locked it. So if like if you just scrolled one, wait, is it a number lock or it is a number lock? But where are the numbers? Whatever. I'm thinking too hard about this. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Yeah, me too, Gregson. That deserves another sausage. One sec, though. I'm so distracted. Alright, here we go. Sausage. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. Wait. It had the mask on before he took it? I see. That kind of makes sense. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction in the investigation here. Yes, well. Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. As you know full well, this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. Well, he's already leaving town anyway, isn't he? You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell you... Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Well, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for the lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here that this lot disarmed. Inspector, thanks for giving us credit. With Sholmes, though. Coo. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. Laughing protocol cancelled. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Coo. Uh-oh, spaghetters. Oh no. Uh-oh. Look, animating explosions is hard. It is a visual novel. We don't have that kind of budget. I mean, sure, it's probably the most famous, popular visual novel series in the world, but don't worry about it. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Hairbrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Of course. Dang. Well, I suppose that would have made things a little too easy, huh? I hope no one died. set this up a little smarter. I can put the tray in front of me so I'm not turning completely away from the camera every time I go for a little dip of sausage. Okay, maybe it still doesn't really work. Well, 24th October, 9:11 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, jeez. Guten Morgen to you, Herr Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? Ach, yeah, I hope so. I should be. Even I with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Wow. Yes, do try your hardest. Not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yeah, I realize it was a mistake. But my dear fellows, I must interject. I've not received enough attention today. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... Wow. Ryunosuke's just tired of him. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ a full gamut of tactics. Gamut? She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh, bye. Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? To be fair, that's me when I wake up at 9 a.m. I'm like, look how early I'm awake. Praise me. Be grateful for this. Oh, I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? Was? Ich kann nicht. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. Oh, it's about the old case. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? He wasn't a mass murderer, he was just a serial killer. Mass murder is like 20 people. He only killed like 9. I don't know why I'm getting defensive about it. We killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He only killed 5 people. He was found guilty in the closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Killer's autopsy report has been... Alright, let me see. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Condemned prisoner. Starline. Oh my gosh, that's way too obscure a reference. It's just a video I happened to watch last night. Should I explain it? Pseudonym, the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. I'll explain it. Okay. So there's this character in Knuckles Chaotix. Or it's not really a character, but it's like a bug. And it's like a stand-in for... It was supposed to be like Tails in the coding, but they tried to... They canceled that, but they didn't scrub the data. So it comes in as like a screwed up Knuckles sprite. He's like white and red. And it was confirmed in like a podcast that the character Dr. Starline in the new IDW Sonic comics is actually based on that character, the Wechidna, which fans call it the Wechidna, but in the game it's just several asterisks like that. So that's why he's named Starline, is because it's a line of stars. Ah! No one knows that. I learned that trivia from a video from the Game Apologist, who does a lot of Sonic videos. Therefore, I've started watching their videos recently. Because you know me, I need more Sonic in my life all the time. Inject it directly into my veins. Thank you, thank you. Now I'm stalling. Stalling for a different reason. Don't worry about it. Plus you're part of the mass murderer known as who was tied. So death by hanging confirmed. Pseudonym the professor. I don't know how that could possibly help us. Professor tried, found guilty, post trial 10 years ago. Can we do anything with this? Oh god, we're gonna find the key mid-trial today, aren't we? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. This reminds me of a FGO Spartacus. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Alright, science trophy also. Have we examined this? Trophy of science. Let's go. Alright, then that's... Oh god. Alright, the camera and like the glass pane was removed or something, so we couldn't find out the thing. Piece of broken glass. Well, there's nothing to examine here, was there? Oh, I guess there is. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Okay, I'm glad the characters have figured that out. Because I remember I called that out immediately. Photograph of Drebber. Alright, whew. There is so much going on in this trial. Time for another tasty sausage. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard, we're just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Someone's a little salty. Can't blame him, though. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, I'm the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. You ever think about the fact that resume and resume are spelled the exact same? Although I think resume has like an accent on the E. But I think it feels like over time, people have just like slowly just gotten rid of it. And it's not part of the word anymore. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I don't know, another bomb? Dual Destinies did it first, I think. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. And the counsels for the prosecution and defense are ready to proceed? Oh yeah, that's a whole other thing. Frickin' Cosmo over there. The masked man. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see complexity of this case rise considerably. Wah. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Oh my gosh. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question? Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Excuse me, I secured him. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Boy, they're harping on that, aren't they? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do despise deception and deceit. She's the Southern Belle now, deal with it. I find it so very wearing. To take the man's life with a conjuring trick? It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? She's also Southern now. Deal with it. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Why am I so hungry? I had dinner. I had fried shrimp, popcorn shrimp. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. A court report, as it were. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was instilled on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Getting mad doesn't help anyone, so frickin' deal with it. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. Hold on, distracted. There we go. He did destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Post-explosion photograph. Okay. What are we gonna do with that? Okay, gear, trapdoor. I mean, the fact that there's a trapdoor is like all we really need anyway. Metal floor stage has been blown off? Excuse me, no it hasn't. They just fell down. They're still there. Excuse me. Late yesterday afternoon. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Wow, actually they have for once, besides, I'm going to prove him guilty, I'm going to prove him not guilty. Like, we actually both took stances that, like, aren't necessarily opposed, but, well, they're not directly opposed, but they are opposed. Oops. Lord Van Zeek, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. I like how effective this judge is. He's way more effective than the original trilogy judge. He can get stuff done. Know what I'm saying? The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down. I would say... See that black barnacle? Yes, I do feel as though I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration? Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
Objection. Well, we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... Now we got pretty hard evidence, but whatever. Alright, hard evidence number 1. Piece of green cloth. Hard evidence number 2, crossbow. Hard evidence number 3. Photograph of the balloon with something darting towards it that looks like a arrow on fire. Pretty conclusive, IMO. We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Are you sure? Witnesses, you may now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Alright, it's time for sausages. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine its precise specifications, it was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw in the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the scene on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. I mean, whatever. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigations of the witnesses' workshop attest to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society... For a second I thought that said science-y. This Royal Science-y trophy. It's very science-y, you understand, for the young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Wait, which part of that was... Okay. Oh, I bought Vienna bites instead of Vienna sausages. The Vienna sausage would have been a little better. It's satisfying to have, like, the... Never mind. Anyway. With the young professor approximately 1 year ago, Mr. Asman is in production.
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. Attempting gauge. Hard to gauge. That was terrible. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that.
Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided construct machines.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. True? But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. All show him in front of a required body double, tell me.
Hold it!
I think we'll be coming back to this. Of course! That's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
No. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sight absolutely ruled out that as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. Doesn't mean garbage. It means they were there at some point, not they were there right then. Learn your forensic sciences, come on. I'm stalling. I'm stalling because I'm scrolling. Uh-oh. Oh no, I can't stall anymore. I was trying to do some things in Magia Record before maintenance started, but looks like maintenance just started. Rip and Dippin' Dots. Okay. So it can't have been used orchestrating someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Yeah, me too. All these spectators saw the birdcage appear above. Oh my gosh. I wasn't ready. That was an accident. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. It was clearly with my own... I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. Changing your story. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science has not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose it's hard to deny. Hey, terrible accident, grant you? Perhaps the science on which machine... Wait, so I think I accidentally did left click before. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Whoops. Pressing right does, though. Okay.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Wow. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber?
Sausage. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Alright. So they spelled out pretty clearly which statement I need to present on. Does he have a body double or a twin? Let's go through this one at a time. Great Exhibition newspaper. No. Experiment sketch. No. Piece of green cloth. No. Crossbow. No. Photograph of victim. Okay. There's these glasses. I feel like they're the crux. If there's just another picture of them somewhere. $47. Cause of death, disruption, broken vertebrae. Screwdriver, no. Dun, 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 dun. Photograph of the balloon. Can we, like, make out his face there? Is he wearing a monocle? I know in the movie there's a monocle, but or in like the animation, I can't really make it out here though. Wooden bird cage.
Photograph of Drebber. Okay. Broken piece of glass. Camera, which we were not able to clean anything from. Was this even from? Camera around the neck of the waxwork of Mr. special exhibit. The lens is extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. If we had unlocked the waxwork head, then maybe. Photograph the print of their after. Like, I've pressed everything, so I'm not going to get new evidence. This is all I can think of.
Objection!
Crap. The defense would have to object without a statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again, Alright, that is not correct. Did the victim have a twin? Okay, hold on. Yasmin male, 47, British. Time of death. Cause of death. There were 2 causes of death, therefore he was 2 people, therefore he has a twin. I mean, there's a picture of him inside it. You can't really make out his face, though. And besides, even if you could, it's supposed to be a monocle on his right eye, which is all we can see, so even if we could make it out, we would see the one monocle, and if it was actually glasses, the left half of it would be obscured. Wait. While he was riding the balloon, it shows another balloon he claims was green. Exploded moments after he took the shot. Alright, I'm not sure how exactly, but just given that, like, he's in this picture, and this is, like, around when it would have fired. Like, it allegedly, like, had already fired, I think? And I'll give it a shot.
Objection!
That last statement was seen to be at odds somehow with the evidence. Gonna have some brain food here. Well, there it goes. $1 worth of sausage. The whole show is a fraud. It would have required a body double. Alright, what does Susato say again? Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think? Now the machine's been completely destroyed yesterday's explosion. It's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish the piece of stage trigger, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Brain's innocence. Both Mr. Aspen and Iceman and the stand trick professor used him to advantage. Seeing on Earth. Well, that's not helpful. Okay, maybe I'm too focused on this one statement. Maybe we present something else to get different evidence.
And then, okay, hold on. Met the young professor 1 year ago through Asmon's introduction. Provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. All show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Told me a victim had a twin. All spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crash head first in the crystal tower. Head first! But it's got a big old crack on the bottom because it was bottom first.
Objection!
There we go. Hey. We've examined the bird cage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of strange trickery. Now that I got the crowd all riled, I'm gonna statue mode real quick, grab a different snack. Those Vienna sausages were not very filling. I also gotta get rid of this little tub of Vienna juice. I ain't drinking that. You kidding? Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and hit that BRB screen because upon standing up, I realized I have a sudden urge to visit the little ferrets room. So enjoy the BRB screen one last time. Oh no, it looped! I'm still in statue mode! Ah! Wah. Alrighty, I used the ferret's room. I got some peanuts. Or not peanuts, but... Well, I mean, peanuts are included, but I got some mixed nuts. Because, you know, we ferrets, we are all about eating those nuts. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. I love how turning them back on in rhythm to music is a perfect way to desync them. Unless I have just the wrong BPM on the music that's playing. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness! Well. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. Which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet onto the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummets 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it'd be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Coo, 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 coo. A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point to the defense. Point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat this matter scientifically, after all. I think I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. The victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds incredibly plausible. Oh yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna hydration check myself real quick. There's nowhere else 30 feet high. Screwdriver. Oxford head, killer's autopsy report. Post-explosion photograph. Alright, does this article say how tall the stand is? Public blah blah blah, culture blah da da, it's also positive, hopeful about coming century. Let's go say properly before too long. Diagram showing the relative positions, Crystal Tower, and Professor Harebrain's machine that exploded. Okay, I guess, okay. If we go from where that imaginary balloon was, or it's not imaginary, but if we go further that was to like down here, and say that's about 30 feet, then here to the ground is about 30 feet. Does this diagram prove that, though?
Objection.
It sure does. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the Crystal Tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen the same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. I don't know, maybe like right here.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly my point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. And if you look at the diagram, in fact, you see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen at almost exactly the same distance. Higgagurgurg. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two!
Objection.
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true.
However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately! Noise. Mr. Drebber! It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life, and lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grrr. Activating Grrr protocol. Grrr. Oh, what?
Objection!
What are you objecting about? If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? That's 1 more count than usual. Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed in the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He has no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman, it reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness has neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Oh, give me that. It's true. Hold on, we don't know nothing's true. Contract between us and... The investor, Mr. Odie Asman, hereby enters in contact with the provider, Mr. Arnold Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations for government grants or government. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right condition. I was hoping there'd be like a secret in there. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument. It still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Coo. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel? Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Hold on, who would I even accuse? Strongheart, no. Asman, no. Hairbrain, no. No. All I can think of is maybe Balthazar Loon? I don't know who else I would even accuse. Not to spells. Or is it? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trevor had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. I mean, we're pretty sure he's the culprit. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer, so what's my stance going to be? Did Trevor have an accomplice, or not? I have to name them, though. What happens if I back down? Okay. Definitely not, definitely not. Like, 0% chance. No. It could be Asmon himself. That's rigorous. Hairbrain, of course not. 0%, 0%. 0%, 0%. Go ahead and say 0% on Scythe. Gonna say like 10% to spells, like 20% Loon, and like 2% Bohemian Boy. Because like, who do we even got? Who could we even accuse? But what happens if we back down? It wouldn't insta game over, would it? It would just be him saying, no, I have to pick someone, I have to. So because it's the safer option, and I don't think there's a punishment for it, we'll at least do that. Let's face it, I have no idea who this accomplice might actually have been. Which isn't the strongest position to be in, is it, Ryunosuke? Mr. Naruhodo, think of the sword at your side. Karuma is crying out. Sorry? Crying out for you to show the strength of your conviction now as a lawyer. Yes, you're right. The sword that I inherited, which embodies the will of my best friend, is my own accomplice. I'm not sure that's quite the right word, but that's the spirit, certainly. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Wait. It wouldn't be the coroner, would it? But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel. My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, and I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. I like how I just, like, stood there and didn't address the courtroom at all. And then they're like, well, I guess he's going for it. You better name him. And we're like, what? Huh? So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? I mean, they look alike. Because he said, somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that, yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility, but inconsistency of self is a clue. I was thinking that Scythe was a 0%, because she feels like she's going to reoccur in the next two cases, but...
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... That's wrong. Or what's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Yep, I think that is wrong. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. It is right. Oh my god. I won't understand how. But okay. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure we'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, well, if you say so. Let's go for it. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Well, what in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? Yeah. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensics investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh my gosh. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of... Excuse me. Who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. And my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got the answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I want to say nothing at the moment, like... Great exhibition, newspaper, experiment sketch, piece of green cloth, crossbow, photograph of the victim, autopsy report, screwdriver, photograph of the balloon. Wooden birdcage, photograph of driver, piece of broken glass, camera, science. I don't know how naming someone would help. I mean, I could just name her again. Like, oh yeah, she's been hanging on to a corpse in secret for this day, like... I feel like there's nothing... I don't think I do. I can't explain that at the moment. Oh, really? And when can the court expect an explanation? Maybe tomorrow? Uh-oh. Then you can take your leave of us until then. Oof, okay. People who procrastinate lose everything in the end, Mr. Naruhodo. Isn't that slightly over the top? We can discuss that later. But for now, you ought to consider what you can do, not what you can't. Alright, yes, I'll think again. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Man who perished in the explosion at experimental stage. He was a professor, Habrain's financial backer, and the boss of a large criminal organization. I have no idea what I would do besides just present Scythe herself. But what evidence do I have? Killer object. Death. Oh my god. Yeah, I got some evidence for you. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. I ain't got a name because their name isn't public. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... Wait, what's his logic on that? Witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it? So basically, the important thing is that they were a body that, like, that isn't accounted for anyway.
Take that!
Well, probably something... No! How is that wrong? Excuse me? Probably something along these lines, I think?
Objection!
How's that not right? Well, let's see what happens to that piece of evidence when dropped from a great height. Whilst within your grasp, of course. Was that... Wait, did I, like, not scroll properly? He's suggesting you and the evidence tied together, Mr. Naruto. Yes, that came across. It's hard to see how another person could have been inside the birdcage, which means the body double must have been something else. Oh. I shall have to ask you to reconsider your answer, counsel. It is still evidence, though. Okay. I thought it was the corpse of the professor or whatever. But it's the waxwork.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in the birdcage. I'm not doing great. My health is so low. Next wrong one gets me a game over. No. We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself, and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Zato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... And as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Oh, we brought it with us, huh? How'd we get it in the... How'd we get it out there without anyone noticing? And why are my eyes closed?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model in... God, we're back to the weak slaps. Model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensics investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved to indicting Waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it. Oh, we're up a creek.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
Higgigurgurg. What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tespel's.
Did you just say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then, the timing... Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second bird cage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist? That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience? And that, to effect of the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim? Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
What do you mean doesn't resemble? We don't see its face. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, go ahead and vote you're guilty like you always do. You will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
So does Van Zeeks like not know that we're on the right track? Or is he just... I don't understand. To be fair, like no prosecutor has ever had like a 2-game arc before. They're always 1 arc. No Edgeworth investigations don't count. Edgeworth's arc was Ace Attorney 1, okay? And yeah, you return. He has more character development, but his arc as a prosecutor is Ace Attorney 1, okay? And like, sure, Black Quill shows up again in 5, or in 6 rather. Anyway,
So was it?
I don't know what my point was. I feel like by now we should have earned his trust, but we just haven't. Because it's got to be case 5 of the second game, I guess.
So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Oh, we didn't even have to request it. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crimes of which he is charged. Look, my client isn't guilty just because I'm proposing a crazy theory.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be accomplished to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork of the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What?
I've seen no rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without evidence is not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it was Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Probably the face? Really? A reason? Why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Really?
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. What could it possibly look like besides, like, the victim? Don't tell me it looks like Van Zeek's, and therefore the professor was actually his brother. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. And that's why he's fighting so hard, because he doesn't want that truth to come out. If you're ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Look at him back there. Oh, robot-y. Know that one for years, you'd never be accomplished anything.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Put the gun away, sir.
Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as the top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensics investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him, we were. Full of him.
That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold on, hydration check. Saturnasis.
How long have I been streaming? Two and a half hours? I started really late. I took a nap before stream instead of during it. I think I said that at the beginning. We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on the Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to the case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrels responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Most troubling was true expert.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because the unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay. I have own problems with members of police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the streets. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who you calling a mass murderer?
What? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I'm looking like anything like that, man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day. Back in the good old days. We'll go back in time to the good old days. Sorry. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Blah. The coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name on it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the Force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married.
Oh yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Trevor. And who was it?
Anyway, point is, those were the great days of police, not like now.
Wait, didn't Enoch change his name or something? What? I'm going crazy.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of police and not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary corner. Even then.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say?
Ah,
That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensics investigation team.
legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish. That would never pass my lips. I never describe anybody that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Okay, hold on. So I think I'm supposed to press his against hers, but I'm not sure how the name actually connects. I just have a feeling. I couldn't find any evidence, but it's probably a memory thing, and I don't remember how it does, but it gave me a strong enough hint. Anyway, we're gonna press this again first. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. Is how the public at large views Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happening here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way the judge speaks about the force. I'm sure I'll have a word or two to say in response. Yeah, thanks for the clue. See no rigorous proof the waxwork was ever set in birdcage. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick!
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there would been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the bird cage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. As the Professor Reckwork was inside that birdcage. Can we that or not? I don't think so. Not yet. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time.
That much was abundantly clear before that brassy proclamation, I assure you. And why you can count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leaning.
Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo. If only we had some evidence, things might be different, though. Oh, we'll get some. Kids that without right evidence, no proper job is
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been bit grown back on the farm. Picked him off on the way home. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe we could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I have something big to decide, colonels always point me in the right direction, say. You talking about your cob of corn? Nibble noble guilty gobble bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble noble guilty bubble. Nibble not guilty out. Nibble not. What the? Stop.
Let me out!
Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? I don't know about that. My time's awful full already. Amazing. I know it's a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmund's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the juror's mind. If you can read a book while eating a cracker, Mr. Hodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna pit you against you. I think. I hope.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume you've heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I found such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh boy, let's look first. Is there like a tag on it? I'm going crazy. Like... stolen from blah blah blah. What about this? No. Courtney Stevens. I see. My goodness. Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as Professor. Honestly, when I read this, I just assumed that was Scythe. I just, like, forgot her name was Scythe, and I just thought her name was Stevens now. So, yeah.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report?
What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gave few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tespel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Works for me.
Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Gosh, he makes me need water.
Is the professor, that's what links the frightful swindler and the coroner? Okay, but I can't hit that anymore. Yard coroner is unsuspicious. We're not done here yet, clearly. Alright. Utter nonsense think those two would ever be conniving with one another. I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I have seen no rigorous proof this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without evidence. It's not a proper job, is it? I won't have it. Proof the waxwork was ever was found in the folds of the clothing of Professor Waxwork. Hello, sir. I would like to oppress you.
Hold it!
I have evidence, and I had it last time. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
Sir, you are not wearing a white coat yourself. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Also, I'm not actually wearing black because I'm wearing the DLC costume, whatever. Anyway, look at this glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass.
What? Ugh. Glass. That was him, not me. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
Color shouldn't come into it at all.
In light of what you show me here, yes. I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me a little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
But you're not changing your leaning? Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly? Accuse someone with outright evidence? It's not proper? Presence. Okay, so he's talking about evidence and she's talking about lack of evidence. He talks about having problems with police, which is not helpful right now. Utter nonsense. Alright.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other!
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
You ever get tired of saying good gracious every time I pit them against each other? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Kolb, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
Yay. Oh, well, me too then. Sorry? This brainy gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I won't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Okay, well. Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leanings have changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
A waxwork of the despicable professor.
used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tispels.
I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to the whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tispels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Wait, what? I thought Magi Record went under maintenance because new units and stuff. I guess it was just a quick maintenance, but the unit doesn't go live until, like, actual New Year in Japan, which is not now, because they're not 24 hours ahead of us. They're like 18 hours ahead of us or something. So it'll be like 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. or something when the new unit goes live. Anyway, I was just thinking about switching over to Magi Record for a minute. To do the god. I don't even know what the New Year's unit is. I don't think they revealed it. But what I do know is I can do some more of what I was doing before the game quit me out. Wait, what was the question?
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Okay. Consider me knowing.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tispels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
To be continued. I think we could probably do another segment today. I'm at what? 3.5, 4 hours? 3 hours? Psh, psh, 3 hours as baby numbers. I'm a ferret, not a baby. October 24th, 11:53 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth are you doing? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor... When I discovered he was the one who had been abducting, a sense of foreboding stood within me. Abducted, not abducting. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. Seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Except the defendant. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. So that leaves me at an empty set all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Dr. Scythe? Dr. Courtney Scythe, nay Stevens. Good day to you. Nay. That's a new one. Does that mean like previously known as or otherwise known as? AKA? Nay AA? I don't know why I liked that so much. I'm the one that came up with it. It's cracked me up though. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say.
Okay.
So, good day to you.
Came here to say you have no regrets. Alright, not sus.
She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Why does everyone keep saying that? Who's Pandora? Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seats awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, a word of warning before I go. If in the court of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
What?
To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright. Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good, I shall make myself scarce then.
Oh, the event ended. That was running in Magia Record. Whatever, it's not what I was grinding anyway. I already got the useful mats out of it. Doesn't matter.
Good, I shall make myself scarce then.
I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes caramel.
Okay.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
The professor is Van Zeke's brother, isn't it?
It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
Yeah, me too.
Definitely go find the truth. Definitely.
24th October, 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter.
Cardinal.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on.
What?
You're making a waxwork of Sholmes.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan. I'm the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, she's gonna accidentally crack that thing in half at some point. I swear it.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? Wait, didn't... Oh, there it is. Sorry, distracted, as per usual this stream.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim?
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
Wait, what? I just... Gosh dang it. Stop, stop.
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
Yo, I'll bet I can actually find out who the new Magi Record unit is on Reddit right about now. They should be data mining the update. Look, it's important. Oh, okay. I guess not. Maybe there wasn't an update and my game just crashed and I assumed it was going into update. But of course I know him well. He is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tispel's principles. What principles? The family Tispels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity, et voilà our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tispel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tispel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I can't do French accents, I'm not really gonna try. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model on display, still today in the House of Horrors. We Tispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me. A somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tispel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
Professor Waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Terrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tispel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered.
Gah. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally, I was aware that at the time that his identity was a secret, but his spells would not be to spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene. Ooh, yawns. In which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
10-year-old article.
Yeah, but who was the witness?
Man rises from the grave. Gravel, not gravel, grave. It's too absurd for words.
Wait. Asmon? Asmon. Okay, alright. That is probably the most important thing about this. Wait, you can actually like read these articles. Hold on. Mad sheep rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Locals reported that the most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with sudden fright. Not even. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Yo. The Great Stink. Parliament has finally addressed the foul issue. After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to release citizens line for horrifying stench, carries on side spread and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. That's just flavor. The important thing is that signature, pretty sure. Wait, what's the description? Newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his gavel on the night of his execution. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling.
So she's the one that put the lock on his head?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll still prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. 'Cause we're all together. Cross-examination. Special exhibit house orders based on rumor. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
It was in the Lowgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of night, after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper article across the capital. But, was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. Go on, Whammon. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before I was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Dun, 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 dun. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Dispel's family principles. Oops. Stop.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça? No! My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Dispels.
Was the gravedigger?
Hold it!
Can't you just show us the face? Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Heard that. 1 a.m. Right on the mark. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, audio's fixed. I wonder if it's because, like, if OBS, like, runs off an internal clock that is independent of my computer's clock, and it's having trouble because it's on Pacific time, and when the clock rolls over to midnight. Although before it was having trouble, like, leading up to 1 a.m., not just at 1 a.m. But I wonder if that's relevant. It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record it. To record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Muspel's Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. Because he's a noble. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement. Exactement. And myself.
Hold it!
I have a feeling we're gonna press everything, get nothing, but then she's just gonna reveal the face. We're just building up tension. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Oh, so it was after rigor mortis. Wriggly mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information. It is significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help but feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has been extremely grave. There's no time for jokes, Miss Usato. I'm taking a hydration check on that one.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death? I think you said it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. Non, that is the only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Some approach is very wordy, we discovered.
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant?
It was significant.
Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the structure and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. At sunrise and 4 in the morning, it would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant.
What do you mean?
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord. Ready to finish my work? Forever sunrise and left.
Hold it!
Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret,
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would have been when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Trevor's plan. Now, if that's really true, the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means! Otherwise, the jurors will sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Vadzeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Alright, I really thought we were just gonna press everything and then move on, but... Special exhibit and House of Horrors based on... Question of it took directly reports. Unless they ate a gravedigger, get a mole for the head, cemetery just before the interment. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I hurried to finish my work half hour before sunrise, and I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Death confirmed at midnight. I heard to finish my work half hour before sunrise. So if that was at 4 and the autopsy was at midnight and it was 3 hours for rigor mortis to set in, then we got a problem.
Objection!
What? What do you mean? How's that wrong? That last statement would seem... Okay. Is it a different statement? Alright, it must be this one.
Objection!
There we go. That's gonna be us, but whatever. Venom to spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Oui? Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Nope. Wait, yes. According to her testimony, Madame Tispel was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
It's not a mistake, it's intentional. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. Oops. My armband. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible.
But why?
Order, order, counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary! Not on my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact? What do you mean?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. What?
Counsel, present the evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
The Asman signature on this. I mean, there's not really a lot even related, so...
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly on this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor. Published by the gutter press.
Tabloids. Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Mais oui. May we, the young man who stole this into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope in finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord, and it's gonna make me pick who it is, even though it's so obvious. We literally, we saw them being the witness before we met them in IRL. Like... In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
We will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Who could it be?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Trevor?
The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors that Madame Tispel Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel.
Trevor was there? In the Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
course, Madame Dispels doesn't know, does she?
She doesn't know. Oh. Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean...
Madame Dispels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper... Daily... Oh, I'm thinking of Family Circus. I was gonna say, that's a comic. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! Oh yeah, it literally says Mr. Drebber right there. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactament. Exactament. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about the extraordinary events he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote and was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had, in fact, contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard, who investigated Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Okay. Sure. You still don't really have motivation as to why Drebber killed, in this case, but okay. Ugh. So it was blackmail, basically. Like, haha. Good luck. Good luck saying it was the waxwork of this guy. Can't say that. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Gosh dang it. For some reason, whenever she shows up, I keep expecting her to look like, I cannot remember her name. The evil assistant lady from Pokemon Sword and Shield. I cannot remember her name, but, her. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensics Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
So here... Okay. It feels like a plot hole. That Dr. Scythe was... Stop zooming, you're ruining the dramatic effect because I'm not scrolling the text. They say that Dr. Scythe was, like, the first one on the scene. But how could she have, like, switched out the body without, like, anyone ever seeing the wax model at all? Like, I mean, I guess if they planned it ahead of time... If Drebber, like, forced her to be there, and therefore she was able to respond first and be like, my authority, everyone back off. Something like that? I don't know. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. That's what they all say 5 hours before the end of a case. Oh, Spells is staying up there, huh? Okay.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw in the night in the Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it? You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Dispels, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was just a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Coo. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well, then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
What's this music?
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago? You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
Cemetery 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Well, that sucks, dude.
Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so, you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ugh. The details in this article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. Oh. So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists? A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. There it is. There's the motivation. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Cemetery.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Grave, I get it. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrained said exactly the same. Dun, 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 dun. Where?
Hold on. I'm menuing. I'm menuing like the wind. Oh my gosh. Wait, no, that's... Am I going crazy? Oh. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Wow, sorry. Brain cannot. Can brain? Not brain. Cannot.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny? Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened on that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration?
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because a reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them.
So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then?
Well... Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Oops.
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? I don't think so.
I mean, the waxwork head, if we can freaking get the thing off of it.
If
you have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I might come back to that. Afterwards, visited by a young woman.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tispels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put 5 pounds in front of me. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display? I did. I should sell what little I have to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
IDK. Prove ghosts are real, I guess, lol. To record the details of the bodies, I pressed A thinking that I would remember the word and know what it is and say it. Disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tispel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh, that's our proof. Ah, but it wasn't proof yet until now. Then I gave up on my truth coming.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Execrably. Execrable.
Execrable. Extremely bad or unpleasant. Why are you so execrable? I can't even say it. Why are you so execrable today, huh? Gosh.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Trevor up to?
Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course! If Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly! Alright. This is the one. You never actually saw him, huh? What about this camera with blood on it?
Objection!
Wait, what? Defense would have to okay. What? Do I press it again?
Hold it!
Do you have anything at all? I know I need to present you with that irregularly backtracking statement of his. The point is that night was a pivotal. Okay. What the heck? How is it not the camera? What? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? One of those? Alright, we've seen this. We know there's blood. Oh, I was so confident. We've pressed everything. If we have any evidence... Alright, well... All because of that newspaper article. Here's now it's in Logo Cemetery. What the heck? Okay. Plug in my tablet. It is low on the juice. Okay. Okay, so they're insistent that I need to present on the irregularly backtracking statement. It was all because of that newspaper article. Well... They write their little article and then they're just like, now let's dox him. Let's dox him. Like, that signature on there is obviously important, but it's not like contradicting anything. Wait, if you...
You gave up on your dream of becoming a scientist? Can we literally just present the article to him saying he didn't? That can't be right, can it? Whatever, it's worth a shot.
Objection!
Really? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Oh, I see. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard,
Ag.
a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Arg.
I was not even thinking of that. I did not realize the mask was like a thing. I thought that was something that Dispels just added just cuz.
Order, order. Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been in pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige.
Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
What I, in fact, witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
What?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect themselves from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreant at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madam to spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Hola, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
All alone?
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot?
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grrr.
Please, Madame Tispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort. And I never will.
Non, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
that will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes.
you refuse the account just given by Madame Tispels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
But very well. I'm not even gonna bother pressing it. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you at the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test, Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose what Madame Tispel's testimony that Madame Tispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned prisoner professor emerging from his tomb. Gah. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone?
Gerg. Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Oh, I wonder.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not, in fact, killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor...
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. No need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life. No kidding. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner.
It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Well, be a better judiciary. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, the leg time. But Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. I don't want to forgive nothing.
Goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, have no idea at the moment. It's a good question, though. You have too little information to work out that at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Ugh.
Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage magic when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits, too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no.
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Does it, though?
Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he has no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. The nerve! Who does that?
But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution in the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. Somehow, even though it's friggin' right there. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is.
Oh, yeah.
In case there was any doubt. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with blah blah blah, establishes motive for blah 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 blah.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
Nuh-uh. No, I'm afraid not.
What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper? Where could it be? This signature that I do see. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of this drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
Hig, ig, gurg, gurg. But explain to the court why. Tell me why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
But that is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was because of that newspaper article. Yep, that's when I figured it out. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. I think I skipped the end of that line on accident. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the facility was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. Look at me, I can only make cybernetic enhancements to myself. So it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
No. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say, but your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I like talent?
Take that!
Feels a little bad, though. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? The most science guy of all? Award? Yes.
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious! Who even does that?
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear, yet, that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. Distractor, don't look at me. What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
It's all he can say. It's all he can say.
Dr. Scythe. Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way that you can prove I did anything wrong.
No! Yeah, but the jury...
Order, order, order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is in the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
How come the jury can make the trial end with a guilty anytime, but they never make it end with a not guilty? It has to be the judge.
None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence.
Without further ado then, the education. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I'd like to open that helmet and see with a face. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. This case is not long enough, clearly. We're only at 5 hours.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend?
God.
Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And a way to bring it all out in the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even the shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter. Whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case that's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh! As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid!
If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what? Lord Van Zieks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Don't say that with that look on your face.
So kind of you to say. What about his autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, then only under my explicit instruction. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness's following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Dog. Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. No.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Actual body of the victim was indicated in notice instruction was beneath the experimentation stage. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, did you? Didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower and the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions?
Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tispel's.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail? Body had to be arranged in ways to implicate the defendant.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Aspen. Really? His master plan included a section that vague that, like, you can figure out this part. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There's a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Look away, children. Yeah, I didn't think I was actually going to show it. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report. As a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Miss Fusado? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? I want her to supplement her testimony with is... the real cause of death? What she did to the victim. No, it'd be... what she did to the victim, because they played that little cinematic out, all dramatic-like, right? How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top of the cage, most whichever in the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, won't you? If you wish.
Huh. Is there a contradiction there?
No screwdriver that was found poking through the grill and the base what remains of the Kinesis machine.
Yeah, why would it be up there?
Hold on. Let's press everything first.
Hold it!
The entire team? In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Ugh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway.
Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret? No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's your story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know. I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange, too. How those two are reacting to this completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly.
For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something.
I find that so odd that he would write to her, find a way to frame it on the other guy. Like, what if she's not that smart? Like, why would you make this master plan and then leave it in her hands? And not just make her follow orders, like, you know? Alright, I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to present the screwdriver. Because it was found poking through the grill. Why would it be there?
Objection!
Dang it. The defense would have to object to the last statement, my lord. Yeah. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay. The toppled cage plunged the screwdriver into the chest. No. There's no blood here, though. Wouldn't there be? Alright, let's press the previous statement. Maybe it's how the victim died instead. That's the issue.
Hold it!
In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. And so you went without any of your team to where Asmund had fallen? That's right, yes. He's not letting me speed this up, which means this must be, like, important. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. After that, it was a simple matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death and autopsy report. The cause of death being the fall, of course. Why can't she just have both of them be supplementary? Yeah, have her change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. Uh-oh. He was still alive. And she dealt the finishing blow. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Without evidence, he says. Very well. They wouldn't make it present the autopsy report when she literally just said, like, yeah, I made it be false. That wouldn't prove anything, would it? Cause of death was neck trauma. Aspen suffered from a 3-foot fall. Wait. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after sudden fall from considerable height. I'm so confused. It's clearly... Okay, hold on. Deep breaths, jeez. Alright, let's look at every piece of evidence. Great Exhibition newspaper. Nothing. Experimental sketch. Nothing. Piece of green cloth. No. Crossbow. No. Shows a parent stab wound in the chest. Screwdriver was found poking through the grill of the base. The main is a very distinctive handle. Photograph the balloon. Photograph it to no. Wooden cage was used for the demonstration. Cracked down the victim inside the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. No. No. The actual cause of death was not neck trauma. Aspen suffered from his 30-foot fall. You know, we haven't really, like, used this one at all. I'll see how it could help, though. Alright. It's late. I'm tired. I'm looking up the answer. Nope, not that one. Alright, this is trial part 4, right?
she did to the victim. What? Oh my god, this one's dumb. I would have never gotten this. Alright, so we have to press this again. It's literally because she describes stabbing him laying down, but the picture shows blood dripping down him as if he were upright. And no, like, he has a big enough, like, chest that you could argue if he was just laying down, that it just dripped. No, that's bad. That's a bad one. Don't like it. Hard disagree game. Stood over the corpse where it lay, toppled. It's freaking stupid. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
What's this music, though?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the evidence that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet. But it looks like it's just following the slope of his chest. Whatever.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions.
It looks pretty spread out.
Not gonna lie. For it to have formed in the longitude appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Sure. Ah! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up.
In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note left on the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But none of those claims is an out-and-out. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. I really don't know where he's going.
If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie? The contradiction of Chestnut.
Stabbing of the victim, I guess. Whatever. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward, as it did, we can be sure the victim must have been either sitting up or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. I mean, we haven't, like, examined underneath there. It could, like, have supports all the way down that cause it to just, like, sit upright. But whatever. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension. Alright, I think I'm kind of getting it. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yep, I mean, I called this part. Him still being alive. But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet and climbed out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Esmond's killer wasn't the defendant, Prosecutor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the strange trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. But by God, he tried. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Grr.
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor.
Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Tisk, I would have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints why the coroner might have done this.
Well, you better show me a picture, because if it's based on memory, I'm not going to remember.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No, when you question that possible reason, what possible reason you would have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Scalpels? What?
I don't think it's the Iron Mask. That doesn't make sense. Screwdriver either. I remember there was something about scalpels in her room. I don't really remember what. But there were, like, more scalpels than there should have been, or something.
It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Ah. It would appear the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending it, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month!
Right, okay.
500 scalpels a month?
At first I wondered what on earth you'd be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant, but the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding.
Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to wreck money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might.
to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. I mean, it's still attempted murder. "10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years." Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier? But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If you counted those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up in my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future. So I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Breakdown? Where breakdown? Where breakdown go?
Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. Well, these words. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Yeah?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experiment has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered above all, and above all a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Also, you look super cute today. I just thought you should know. Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool. Talentless, even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself You work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Ach. Danke schön, Barak. Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
Not guilty. Yay! Except we still have the after trial scene, and it's probably going to last longer than 4 minutes, putting us over 6 hours because, of course.
Court is adjourned.
Well, that was a pretty interesting trial. It went a little nuts. It's over. That was some trial. Day 2 was so different than day 1. They weren't even like the same case. 4:33 p.m. Old Bailey defendants antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain! Of course, I have to do his voice one more time. Mr. Naruhodo. What was that? That was Stitch voice. Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Ah, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd actually pay you for doing your job. I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... You don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Well, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, about what you're going to do now. Oh mine. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, so I'll see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barak. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Hey. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interest at heart, don't worry. Ah, How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
Was?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barak. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, everyone he prosecutes against ends up dead, and it's probably by someone's hands, if not his. Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been a pattern up to now.
What about Gina? But of course we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Barak.
Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friendship package get any say in this? Oh no. Phrasing. Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? Could have fooled me. In court where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes. Wait, even though he just got acquitted? Like, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. We don't speak German. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh, jeez. Wow, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Baron Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. To be continued? Oh, cutscene. No?
24th October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Is he going to show us? So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity toward you Nipponese comes from. Oh. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. That's the identity of the professor. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Gosh dang it, that's something I thought of a long time ago. That a Japanese man killed his brother. Of course. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! It was 16 years ago, then. One of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? That would mean... Oh, bye. You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Hey now.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
That's crazy.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere.
No.
It's strangely familiar.
Of course. I mean, yes, of course. Yo, Cosmo, you alright? What, is that Cosmo's dad or something? Okay. Alright.
Father.
It is his dad. He looks like a Catchy. Now that he's wearing all white with the little mask, with the little nose.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend.
That's crazy.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
What? How do you know his memories are returned? Excuse me?
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Oh.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
So why was his death faked?
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Also, I don't know why him pulling the mask off slowly. I was expecting, like, blood because Persona. Persona 5 specifically.
It was an honor.
And I was like, wait a minute, masks aren't like that.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
Have you seen my mouse friend? He lives on my shoulder.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
It's wax. You could probably just melt it back together.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
No, there never will be a time.
I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Then we never saw him again. So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting me as I asked. I must go now. My home dimension needs me. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this tied up with painful memories for her, too. All this is tied up. She's never talked about this with me before, though. took time to adjust to having Father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. What? Crazy. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Crazy. Well, I'd say that case was really good, but it did run a little too long for its own good. Again, I probably only feel like that because I'm streaming it. But anyway, yeah, that was awesome. So, yeah. Wow. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for sticking with me through this. This game's great. I'm still trying to wrap it up as soon as possible. I think I'll try to finish the game before I return from my hiatus, whatever that means. But yeah. If I'm lucky, I can get through Case 4 this weekend, and then Case 5 the next weekend. That's not going to happen. Why even say it? But yeah. Hey, last stream of the year. So, I hope you all have a great year. Here's looking at 2022. I'm sure we can all accomplish great things if we put our mind to it, etc. and so forth. But yeah. My next stream will be a little more New Year's-ish themed, just as far as like talking about stuff, because I'll be pulling on the New Year's banner in FGO, and that'll be a more appropriate time to talk about New Year's resolutions and stuff. Or maybe I won't, because I won't feel like it. Anyway, thanks so much. Stick around the loading slate for the raid, as per usual, and I wish you all a very ferret new year. Ferret out.